Well, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. I'm here today to play some Space Marine 2 and do some more game development work. Get my butt into gear. So we're going to turn off the preview there. All the frames we can get. But we're going to run just the one normal weekly. Unless I get a super awesome group. I'm not going. Oh, yeah. Yeah, unless I get a super on the hard mode. Did a couple of tries on the Xbox last night. I can deal without that annoyance, right? Where I got that from. Whatever. It's fine. I'm good. That's all what we want. We're on the lowest settings, I think. How much more I can do there. Oh wait. Drop that. If it's on a drop. Without problem. But it's if you do. You can go lower. It's all gone up. Which mean, I'd love to have it up higher, but yeah, it's getting, you know. We can keep that up. Cats are important. Good credit, it really doesn't look that much worse. Now I'm getting 80 frames now, even though I've set a frame limit. Oh, get this weekly out of the way. So that I'm not, I already know what it was because I was playing it last night. So let's walk through it so you guys know what it is as well. So ballistic engines, there's no boss at the end of this one, so we get a couple of boss enemies throughout the map. In fact, yeah, we're dealing with chaos. Bucks. Or the Emperor, that's great. Get shot at everyone. Dodge all the time. With the psych, there's a storm that pops up at your butt. And oh yeah, we gotta dodge group mines. Every enemy that isn't a little enemy spawns. Oh, sweet. A little flying mine that comes flying at you. And that's lots of fun to dodge. So, yes. Sorry, you all don't want to listen to that. I don't want to listen. Yeah, once we're done here, we'll just run the one mission and we'll get into some game dev work. And I really need to get some better music. Generic background noise. Got a nicotine up before you go in, you know. Oh, we just got in. Yes, that's the right response. I poop shacks. That like lower decks character. Really a joke I'm missing. Hey buddy. Thank you, my dude. I'm gonna go on my heavy bolt on it. I'd rather just kind of rip through this. I only tend to skip. Yeah, I only tend to press skip if I see something else done, because somebody might want to be watching the cutscene. if there is one thing that having a cat helps you with its posture. Lost 2/3 of the base of my chair to one of my cats, Tilly. Can't really slouch in this position. Sorry for if there's too much ambient noise going on. Aircon, hot day, and the dishwasher. Sweet. Mom's got a heroic sword, so that's cool. Frames are holding. That's happy days. Oh, jeez. Eat it. Oh, it would have been the snipey thing from the Tech Marine. Wait, these things can block. Happen. I do not remember that at all. There's those little poopy lines. Need to accentuate. Yes. Need to not mumble. I do apologise. I've been told that that's a problem. Great. Those flying Zangor disc dudes are definitely the worst enemies. It's a bit rude. See? Age to public use. Most people would break their legs if they jumped down from my dude. Yeah. I honestly do not recall them being able to block. Just not noticed that before. Hundreds of hours into this. Okay. I was using the heavy pistol, heroic variant. Good damage plus that ability to shut down a 4-for-8 is pretty damn awesome. But the healing you get from the plasma pixel is just insane. Fully charged shot into a group and you're fully healed. See that? Thanks, bud. Take that too. Oh, which one I got? I lost. Bamboozling. As long as you keep moving, those little flying poops aren't too bad. This is just normal though. The latest update brought a new grenade called the fire canister. It is glorious. I will demonstrate in a moment. Little flying troops. Yeah. mind you, I have to say, Chaos is actually a lot easier on this map. I'm dealing with Tyranids most of the time. Oh, no. Okay, my first victim. That was easy. You didn't have to like operate any consoles. Really need to bind emote to like 2 buttons. Okay. I said 2 buttons. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, that's much better. Let's put it to the click down on middle mouse. The bind I never really used to use it. I've got a lot more used to it now. Yeah, that's so much more comfortable than pressing B randomly all the time. Aiming's for wimps. Oh, it's still alive, sorry. I was dead. Yeah, this is quite playable. Glad. Yes. I will get my capes. I'm looking forward to that. Nowhere near it at the moment though. Not even the red one. I'll take it. What happened there? Weird. I like that we have to deal with Tyranids now anyway. I'm more fun. Just not enough feedback when I shoot a Chaos Space Marine in the head. I haven't used the grenades yet. Jump right down into that. What happened there, man? He must have got it. I got damaged somehow. I don't know. Bit lag. That's okay. Smash that thing pretty quick. It didn't turn into paste. Lag. Sorry, my dude. Mind you, the chaos flying poops are a lot easier to deal with than the Tyranids. The Tyranids actively home in on you. It's just rude. My morning's OJ and creatine finished. After this round, I'll go grab some water. That's a juicy little mob. I hope he just came, turn the gun on and turn around. Nice. Which side's the swarm? Oh. That was easy. Another one? Oh. Oh. Oh, I'll try. he was going to bother dodging. Dang it. I got lucky the last few times I was here and we didn't have to deal with the second one. Hey! What's those things? These guys are good, but yeah, no, I'm gonna get off it. I'll do the game dev now. Hey, what's going on? It just needed a bit of persuasion. Nice. Oh, good. Second. Sweet. I'm glad that looks good. It's got a long one. You can the lower part of an entire hive city. Sweet. Now, whilst that is loading, stay there too. See, now all flavour has departed for the day, and now it's just... That's okay. I was drinking far too much sugar as it was. okay. She has free access to the backyard today. Okay, what are we doing? What do we get? Sweet. What does that get us? Nothing, I don't think. Oh, sweet. I actually have access to an Iron Halo now. Hell yeah. That's cool as. Wobbles is there. Serious? No, it's not as bad as what was shown off online. Well done. Yeah, we don't have enough for another heroic. Yeah, I don't know if I like it. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, there's nothing really pertinent to get. At the moment anyway. Nothing here I particularly want or need. So now that we've got that, we could do like a full-on crazy Ultramarines cosplay. Definitely need to get that too if I was going to do that. Yeah, no, we'll see how it goes. I don't know if I like that one. Do I have access to that on others now? Capes. Salt's got those things. Maybe Bulwark? Yeah, sweet. Oh, I've got that thing. No, I like my little dead friend. Probably more on this dude. Alright. Oh no, he's got something else. Maybe he's good and Tech Marine's his own thing. Anyway, enough of that nonsense. We are switching over to game development now. Close that down. Righto. Let's open up GitHub. Yep, we're good. And Unreal Engine's already open. Well, not Unreal Engine, the Epic Games launcher. Unreal Engine. Watch. You will have to forgive me at the most newbie state that I'm playing at and where it's at compared to where I want to be, but it is what it is, unfortunately. And if anything, streaming is going to assist me in staying on track with actually getting things done. Nothing quite like having someone physically looking over your shoulder to make sure that you're doing the job. I'll try and keep the sound of this to a minimum. that mode. There we go. That's that. Now I do actually like to play on multiple screens here, but I'm just going to have to pull stuff over. It's not too big, let's bring that down. And we're just going to have to flip through screens or else it's going to get annoying for you guys. So, where were we at? Why is the, I don't want that always on top. Oh, no. Ah! Go away. You are not to be always on top. There's got to be a super easy setting. Okay. Right. What we far out. Layout editors maybe? YouTube. Oh, that's all stuff. Editor open location maybe? No. Editor preferences. Well, I gotta move this to do that. Defaults. I'm not sure what that is. Oh, but look, as we're doing everything in the one screen, I don't need to have it always on top. I can just have it as a tab. Of course. Rightio. If I remember correctly. Yeah, this is where we were playing at. But we weren't editing this. Well, geez, this is the problem when you go away for too long. Playing LGM2 Neon, that's the one. In this thing's blueprint editor, we get to the blueprint. Yes. But this is not what I was using. Where's that stupidly complex one? Yeah, this one. This is what we were using. They're both assets. Material graph. Add parameters. I've been out of this for too long. I'm just trying to catch myself back up. So when we look up here, we've got the plane, which is what we're currently working on. We're trying to set like just a green neon grid, think like Tron or Battlezone 3D, as like a place that we can use as our test bed, our prototyping area. At the moment, the lines are just too big, and that's our player ship at the moment. I've managed to get the controls input. I'm creating my own control parameters because I've got no idea how to break down the twin stick defaults, and I want to have the control that is there. I want to be able to control everything in a specific fashion. And as soon as Tilly, my cat, gets up from my butt, I will put some stuff up on the whiteboard. We created the control scheme for the controller and the keyboard, but we need to add further functionality to it. The control, the parameters of the movement and the inputs going from. No point talking when I could be doing. But at the moment, yes, we're working on the plane. It is using LGM2 Neon. We are working on the plane. It is using LG2 Neon. It was the level grid material to Neon that we were editing, changed the appearance, the level editor. Grid on LGM2 Neon. Did that. So in here, got mgrid neon material master. Yep, sweet. That's what I created. Yeah, that I don't know why, but that was such a cool feeling when I managed to create that. We got a material instance of this. Yep. Ending. Yep. Open LGM2 neon. Nothing in the layer parameters. Error. Yeah, oh, that's why. Oh shit. Double click the parent thumbnail. Right, okay, so it just takes me back there anyway. Material master, which is this little thingy. mgrid neon, I pulled in here. Right, so what I'm trying to do, and this is where I got stumped the other day, and my brain stopped working, was in here. This is the other problem working with some AIs over others, because I'm using, like I use AI, right, but I use it at like a layman's level. I'm literally screenshotting this in, so the ChatGPT knows what I'm talking about. Now there are other AI agents. Grok, I've got that tied into my repository. But Grok is just horrible to freaking use, my dude. That is my level grid material to neon. I'm trying. I don't know what it does to the stream when I press print screen like that, so my apologies if it does like hiccup the stream or anything like that. I'm trying to create thinner level editor. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it was these values that we were playing with. Pretty sure we were playing 350 and 0.25 value. Nothing too small. Then, so got to be explicit when dealing with AI, or else it just goes and does its own thing. Subtract 0.25. Right, okay, so the point, this is controlling this section here. Well, this injection is what's controlling the thinness of them. This is controlling the quantity. Pretty happy with the quantity. Texture grid cascade, where is that? There we go, cascaded 2D. Axis lines, well, okay, so if lines visibly change, we found the thickness control. Okay, well, let's just pull that out of there for a sec. And I'll edit it over here so that we can both watch it in real time. Let's just change that to 0.1. Save. Okay, that did nothing. Save. The ladder, yeah, it is on the ladder. It's not the it's not that 0.25. What's actually changing it is down here, this texture cascade. For the left. Sometimes it just doesn't get it. Okay. Scaling UV. Scalar value, it's receiving the UV coordinate. Alright. Yes, maybe this grid's what controls it. Let's try that. Okay, that did something on this side, but I don't know what it's going to do over here. Eek. I hate multipliers. I really hate multipliers. Oh, there goes. Oh, of course, 0.1. Now we need to go up. Let's go 0.25. Okay, that I prefer that quantity. Okay. I definitely prefer that quantity, but the lines are still just way too. Yeah, so only generated inside. Okay. What? Can... Oh shit! Oh jeez. Hey, just cool. I didn't know that things inside of things inside of things could be a thing. Oh god. Okay. Great. Hey, that's cool as. Don't know what I can do with it. About to find out. Okay. Grid lines, output points. That's right. So we get whatever this vector is. We split two masks, red and green. Do whatever this cascaded is doing. Pulls them back in. But I think that output just points to. Double click one of those blue nodes. There should be a line width max line. Okay. Line width. Nothing there, baby. It's the same thing. No. Doesn't help. Parameters, nodes, no. We mess with it, eh? That doesn't help. Extra sample. In details, level grid 1D stripes. Okay. Right. Please summarize this. Okay, now of course, when it fails to find the problem, it just tells you to entirely rebuild the thing yourself. And well, I've got no idea. No, I didn't change anything, buddy. I think this is... Bring up one. There it is. Suggested material. And the dishwasher just finished, so just one. Don't worry, I'm watching your butt. Almost certainly level grid, okay. So if we... Can you open that even further? Yes, you can, Jeebus. It's literally just a stripe. Right. Okay. Open LGM2 neon. Oh. Materials back to here. Oh, it's over here. Sorry, it's on the other screen. Emissive. No, we don't want to boost it. Absolutely do not want to boost it. Just looking for a mission at the moment, anything to do with a mission. I would think it would be back on main grid 2 neon. This. Well, that's here. Change 1.85 to 0.85. Alright, okay. Right. just trying to build more. Prototype environment. There we go. This is just getting annoying. Because that looks great. Hold on. Let's try that. No, see, that just loses the glow. Night. Yeah, that's better. It reckons create a new. Let's just quickly try it, right? A new material. And we'll call it M Battle Grid. Open it up. And it's texture. Yeah, I don't. Good. Ah. Hope F9 didn't do anything important. Also, there in ODS setting. Minties. I haven't minted a long time. Hold U and left click. Cool. Right click. The U. Texture coordinate. Same thing. I'm assuming that's the UV output. Hold M. Multiply. Hold 1. Constant. Hold on. Texture coordinate 2. 5. Hold on. Constant and set it to 50. Okay. Now connect. Multiply. And to 50. To the texture. Sure. Yeah. This is my first time playing in the materials editor, so this is different. Oh no, you're good. You stopped one step early. Good. Texture coordinates multiply. Okay. Right click empty space. Rack. Texture coordinates multiply. Rack. Fractional or something like that. Make the rack directly output to base color. Okay. Nice. Okay. It actually wanted to see this. Right click, and we want to go component mask. I'm going to add two of those bad boys. Connect the frac output to both. Okay. And then first component mask. Tick R only. U and then tick G only. Oh, those, and that's how you turn it into a UV coordinate. Okay, that's cool. Okay. We need both directions. Don't connect anything else yet. Just okay. 3 nodes away, it reckons, from a viable grid. Well, I got to put my faith in it because that's how I came up with this emissive color, was by talking to AI and getting it to walk me through this. So we want to go mask R to ABS. Come on, why you be slow, computer? What's going on? Wait. Oh damn, I thought I was going to grab that one as well. That would have been cool. Up this off to ABS as well. Subtract. Add to them. Create a constant, Jesus. I'm glad it knows what it's doing because at the moment I'm just following along. Constant. Mask R to subtract. Okay. Mask R to subtract. G to subtract. Okay, mask to what I've got is mask to ABS, subtract 0.5. There's mask, subtract. What? ABS to subtract. Ah. And then ABS. Actually, what is mask? Can we just subtract? Oh, right. hue. So let's just see if that's what I want. Yeah. Okay, so we just had it around the wrong way. Right. I swear this is, well, it's not exactly like having a senior programmer sitting over your shoulder. They'd be a hell of a lot meaner than this is. Right-click empty space. Place it after the two ABS nodes. Min. Wire. Top. Bottom. Yep. And just hit this thing to base. Oh. Buddy. I bet knows what I was doing because I just changed it. Okay, I'm getting. Oh, sorry, silly. Okay. That's how we need to say add a less node or less than. Currently we have that. Okay. Just okay. Less than. Oh. Is there a less? Nope. If. There is an if. Alright, like this. Minimum output into less than A. Oh, damn it. Ah, jeebus. Here. Shit, which is which? The triangle eats the bigger one. If A. Okay. A greater to B. A constant node. Put this over the constant. Put it 0. Plug that into A over B. Right, so that's how we set the values for it. Okay. Oh, right, okay, so that's what the constant is, of course. Ah, that makes sense. Now the constant, set it to a value of 1. Plug it into A is less than. Okay. Then if output into the base color. Well, I don't know about that, buddy. B value on the if node is still 0, 0. Okay. If the distance is less than 0, then yeah, of course it's 0. So change to 0.03. Okay. Okay. That's better. Do it in a little field inside the if node. If the lines are too fat. Okay, I get you. I get you. So whatever we just did, we just gave it a bunch of UV nodes, and we set those values to be telling Unreal to look for crisscrossing angles, I guess. That's really cool. No. Got the line mask working, excellent. Disconnect if from the base color. Add your grid color. Whatever. Well, disconnect this from the base color. Vector parameter. So red. So I need to set constants here. No, the direction's wrong. I need this. Five. Green at 1. Okay. Multiply color by the if mask. Add a multiply node. If output directly into A. Cool. Color into multiply B. Multiply output by base color. Yeah. Add another multiply. Yep. Okay. Multiply and a scalar. Is a vector parameter, yeah. The glow strength from a scalar. Right. Hold S, left click. And I know that's not actually. default value to 3. Ah. And y if into and the grid color. Yep. Now put a first multiplier with this. And then first multiplier and base color. Okay. And this into the emissive color. That's pretty freaking cool, my dude. Okay. Cool. That's the kind of thing we're talking about. Okay, so we are going to save that baby. Come over here, and we go right click, go create material instance. MI battle bridge. Nice. Okay, so we go over to the plane, and let's see what happens when we go and put in the battle grid. Hey, my dude. Getting somewhere? I'm guessing that is our bloody actual directional light. Skylight, I should say. Where is the skylight? That 5,000. Oh. Okay, that's not coming from the light now. Let's. Create that. Let me just check. I didn't check that directional light. Oh, it is. It's the directional light. Oh, that's much better. Never mind. It's the don't that baby down. Okay, so now in a line. That's all. Do that. Okay, so now we're back to square one, but we're at square one with a fully self-engineered outcome. Like I was looking at, seriously, I got no idea what the heck battle is. I mean, to be telling the truth, I've got no idea what the heck all this just did, but I know that we just created it, so we can modify it and we can play it. We can fix it a lot easier, a lot less here. If 0.8 to 0.3, okay, so if this is the thickness, okay, let's change that to 0.2. That doesn't really pull out. Oh, hold on. I'm not playing with the instance here. Save. Save. Okay. Yeah, okay, so now we're in the okay. We've got to go back to the battle grid for now. Okay, view. We've got to expose a few other parameters before we can do the other thing, such as grid scale and line width. So under M battle grid, where I've got a hard-coded value of 50 somewhere here. Wait, not here. Grid scale. I call him 50. Sweet. And this guy. .03. Oh dude, what .03 are you talking about? Only .03 is on an if statement. Can I rename you? Ah! No, don't preview, that's cooler. I'm just trying to change its name, my dude. Low intensity, grid color. Alright, here we go. I see what you're talking about, my dude. So that's that is this. And now we've got the grid scale in there somewhere as well. That's cool. Double vector, that's, yep. Okay. So back. So now we've got grid scale here, that's cool. The only .03 value is the if statement. Do I expose that vector? Okay. Line width. Default value of .03 into the B input on the if node. Right. That's how we tell it that, like, we don't type it there. We give it a parameter which gives it, which means we can actually directly control that value. That's cool as. start thinking about how I set all these nodes up. Save that. Come back over to the battle grid, and here we go. So if we now turn them on, oh, you bloomin' legend. And then we go, so if we can make the grid scale like huge, or, oh, that's insane. What did we have it at? 50, okay. Let's try 0.2. Okay, first off, I'm gonna save this, and we're gonna pull this out on another screen so that we can look at it in real time. Let's bring that down to like 0.5. Yeah, I wanted that. Let's just go 75 now. And 05. So that's the that really. 2, 2, 1,000, 100, 200, 2, 5, 20. What does this change? Blow, right, boys? Bring that down to 1.5. Let's change the line with 1. No. 1. 1. 1. 215. 7. Ah, going too fast. Okay, well, let's just turn on the directional light for a second. I think we're golden. No, we want plain. We are good now. Okay, yeah, I'm going to save all of that. And let's just press play. Yep, that works. That is awesome. This is our little prototype area, guys. Hell yeah. We can fix that directional light. We got to fix the camera and the movement. I get that. But we good. We good. And let's just double check. Come on. Here we go. I just loaded in. Just turned on the controller. And everything works there. And so does, that's right, I even set up strafe. Hells yeah. Okay. Rightio, so the problem we were trying to overcome today was that the prototype arena was built using Unreal Engine's in-editor grid material, which was this level grid material 2 neon, and this is the material instance of that. And I created this M grid neon myself, and I just couldn't get, I had no idea how to expose the line thickness as a parameter, and I haven't done it perfectly now, but what we just did was we just created our own proper material. It took us, what, 20 minutes to get through that? Good old ChatGPT walked us through everything. So instead of fighting Unreal Editor's grid, we built our own from scratch. And what we built, we created a fully procedural battle grid material. The grid is generated using UV coordinates rather than relying on textures. So hopefully scalability, no texture artifacting, which it seems pretty good for that. Definitely easy to customize it. And it's completely ours. So we've essentially just added a feature, but not for the player. We added a feature for the dev, basically. That's cool. And we learned how to expose a parameter on something. We can literally just create the parameter and say this is the parameter, and this is what comes from when you're learning as you go. So now we've got the line. Anyway, so on to movement weapons, combat, the grid is no longer the blocker. Yeah, the grid is, the test environment is no longer the blocker. Yes. Cancel. Couldn't have been anything there to save, but whatever. Okay. So this directional light, can we like just turn it down its intensity? Yeah, here we go. Yep, that works for me. But we really do need, where is it? Okay. Yeah, I don't want to get into lighting too much yet. That does feel like something I could like lose a lot of time in. So there's like skylight's intensity. Doing anything? Okay. Two works. That'll do. which obviously doesn't work. We'll reset this to default if we can't find something that works. Yeah, it's a little bit softer on the arms. Alright, I'm going to have a quick 5-minute break. And I'm going to figure out what we work on next. Where's OBS? There we go. Oh, yeah, no, yes. Oh, quick break. I'll be... Oh, dang, I've been running no cursor. My apologies. Damn, I'm sorry. I didn't realize. Rename cursor off. Just fixing up OBS before I run away. Group capture. Okay. Capture cursor off. Like that. Yeah, so here we've got the cursor on. We rename that. Capture cursor on. Name. Down here we have cursor on still, so we need to fix that. Off. Rename it to off. Good. Oh, what the heck? That's not cricket, my dude. Cursor on. So on. And we turn the cursor on. Excellent. Come down here. And we go new capture. New display capture. Name. Cursor off. That one. Here we go, we have it on. And now we have it off. Excellent. So my apologies about that, people. Instead of that, my cat Tilly doesn't want to get up out from my behind. Shelf like this, so we don't disturb the Tilly. Never want to disturb the Tilly, but of course we do that all. So first off, come back here and IMC player. Okay. Need to finish off the play. recording setup. Spray. Fingers are stopping. Oh, things like boosting. Yeah. Get the player. These are the player controls where we set the ship. Oh. Just trying to remember because since I was in there. Right, so June. What else? Fire. I really do want to add a mechanic. I liked it in and got to aim. Yeah, you can like tighten up, like aiming down sideways. But I like it. But I want to be able to hit both systems. Alright. So as you're bringing those guns into line, it slows down when it locks onto, and then it's close to a. And a key. Target. Intimate. Yeah, so that covers that off. But then when it does slow, you have the opportunity to pull the left trigger, go into subsystem targeting. Yeah. Yeah, so that makes sense. So basically, you're going to be cruising around. Let's get the actual. Yeah, so you're going to be cruising around, and this controls right stick guns. And your guns are going to be tracking around. I'm going to say nothing under frigate class will slow my scanning, but when you come across class of ship designated the right stick to slow it down for, it will speed you as the. You can turn that off. You need to be able to turn. Yeah, so as you're swinging your guns around, you can either set it to never slow down, or you can touch buttons, like so that it doesn't slow down. Just press this button, close it down. Yeah, because I would probably play with it flying down. But when it got over a target, whatever happened, if your guns are over a target, the largest target, press the trigger, and then it goes down to like 0.25 speed, and it's like subsystem time. And like the node, the help of the subsystems pop out. I'm still in Space Marine 2, aren't I? Dang it. I'm sorry, people, if anyone's come here for Space Marine 2 and seen that I'm not streaming Space Marine 2, my apologies. So, search for a category. Crap. Game development. Software and game development. There we go. Kill off Space Marine 2. Done. Good. It's been upgraded. Excellent. Yeah, I'm fine with this. That's the camera for the player ship. Yep. Okay, cool. Don't worry, that is not the intended outcome. Okie dokie. First off, OBS currently on the right scene. That's a good thing. We know what our targeting system is going to be like. Okay, and I just asked chat if, like how things are exposed in menus, things are not naturally exposed. So, yeah, you're going to have to excuse me, dudes. My dudes, every now and again, I do just kind of, start sitting on the ground, and my camera drifts. I've got to fix that, I know. Yes, we've got to expose those values for them to be seen in a menu for a player to control them. Okay. Lighting. Stage. What else could we do? We can fix ship movement. Add in a turret. Change the ship mesh. And a rectangle. Well, I think we need. I kind of think we need to fix the camera and the lighting. Still trying to really work out 100% what type of camera we want. Okay. Just movement. Yeah, let's get. Alright, so. I guess we're on a bit of a camera prototype day, hey darling? Okay. Alright, so that is going to be our next. That's going to be our order of operations. I need lunch. It is nearly lunchtime. How awesome is that? I was just trying to see if there was something I could watch on stream with you guys whilst having my lunch, but it's probably not going to be it. Right, well there's not really much we can... I don't really just want to sit here with you guys whilst we mung down, you know. I'm definitely not going to start watching Asmongold or any other streamers whilst we're just sitting here. I'll watch somebody complain about Space Marine 2. No, better yet, I'll just take a quick 15-minute break. I'll mung down some food. We'll work out what to do on stream for food on other days, but let's get down. Quick order of operations. We are going for we are gonna set up the ships. I think after we've set up the ship's field, that's when we need to give the ship a weapon. After we weapon. Base. There we go. That is our plan for the rest of today and tomorrow. Yeah, I like that we've figured out our targeting. At least how the right stick should feel, you know? Yes. We definitely need some food now. So we're going to save this. Push a commit in GitHub. Base grid material. Get 4 files to the main and push to origin. That was it. I love that. Once I got my head around GitHub, it was so awesome. Okay, I'm gonna be right back, guys. I'll see you in probably 15-20 minutes. Welcome back, people. Enjoyed a lovely dinner as a lunch that was prepared for me. Thank you. And now we oh god. So now that we know what we want our targeting to look like, and how we want our right thumbstick or mouse to feel, does that translate to a mouse? Yes, it does. We need to set up an order of operations, what we're going to do. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to work on the camera view. And then we're going to set up the ship's feel, then we're going to give gun, we'll update the model, then we will go through and fix the horrid lighting. At the moment we need to figure out a baseline of what we expect our camera to feel and act like when we're on the ground. And I figured taking you through a few games that are similar isometric kind of view that I'm thinking about. I'll just mute everything so that we're not going to get copyright. Dude, I literally just wanted Helldivers 2 gameplay. 1 gameplay, brother. So, isometric, but this is essentially what we want to replicate, but for a ship. So in thinking that, what other games are there? We've got Nova Drift, is that one? Gameplay. I've asked chat to give me a bunch of potentially isometric games or twin stick games that we might want to have a look at. Everspace 2, that's not isometric at all. Star Sector is a good example. Star Sector. Oh. I didn't realize he did a thing on it. Well, I might watch that later. Yeah, this is it. So more games like Star Sector. Oh yeah, we've got Nebulous Fleet Command. So to give you guys an idea, this is camera investigation. Oh, not Gothic Armada. Void Destroyer, what's that? Specifically Void Destroyer 2. Okay. Look at that. Star Valor. Some of these things I've never heard of. Right, and yeah, this is definitely. The Last Federation. What's that? Yeah. I swear chat just hallucinates sometimes. I am not creating anything like this. Right, so what do we got here? Nova Drift. No, absolutely not. This is not something. So Star Sector. Kind of. It's kind of what we're going for, but not entirely. It's very similar. But this is it. Yeah. Very similar game. Not the same vibe. too techy, and the enemy starships, they were too easy to counter, as they are in every goddamn space sci-fi. You can kite them. There's just a simple matter of movement and gun combination that always wins. And this fixing, we're not gonna be going into creating your ship like crazy. It dumbs down things too much. Any game where I've seen that type of system involved, yeah, it's awesome, you can build your stuff, but there's invariably a proper way to build things, an OP way to build things, and then it just trivializes the entire content. And we're trying to avoid that. Now, Nebulous Fleet Command. This is full on sci-fi. That's smooth looking, I like that. Yeah, this is full on science fiction. Hardcore, hard sci-fi, however you want to say it. You're controlling fleets. If you're ever zooming in, it's because you're already winning and you just want to see stuff blowing up. Not what we're going for. What do we got here? Again. Okay, you can take control of things. No. No, definitely not what we're going for. Star Valor. Okay, so this is what the dude worked on who did Star Sector beforehand. It's probably more akin. But this just looks like a beta version of Star Sector. Some kind of. And then we've got this. This looks like some 4X kind of thing. No. So that's not it at all. So, first on the list is camera prototyping. Okay, so first on. Okay. Let's just put that away a little bit for you. Camera prototyping. Fingers proto. Ugly shit. Cats come for munch. I would say star sector or HD is the VR. Leaning more towards Star Sector, I think. Little camera group. Yeah, a little bit of camera drift. Definitely a little bit of movement feel in the camera. Yes. Yeah, so the player ship isn't hard tied into the center screen. Let's begin with prototype 1. Set up 3 different camera angles, and we're gonna like scroll through them. So I mean, just play with them as we go through doing the other things, and just see which we kind of lean more towards living in. And okay. Yeah, no. We never want to lose the player. Let's just pull that battle grid back over here. Yeah, we never want to lose focus of the player. It never wants to go outside of the screen. We do not want it to be so low that it feels like that you're following. No, this is a proper isometric. Better question. What we want to learn, can the player read more battlefield? Does the movement feel faster? Can we maintain tactical awareness? Correct. Yeah, we don't want the camera rotating, I don't think. Yeah, we can do without the zoom just yet. Yeah. Before we go any further though, how does this work in multiplayer? Go any further. How does this work? Are we going to lock all players to the same screen HD, or does everyone get their own indent screen? Or local multi? That's a big question, and that's readability. So, how does it work in multiplayer? Do we want the isometric to contain all of the players like Diablo-esque, Helldivers 1-esque, and kind of zoom in and out as the players move? Screens are big enough nowadays, but that'd be annoying on a computer. Or does everyone get their own little isometric? And if everyone gets their own isometric, how does that work in local split screen? And I'm going to stop leaning back like that. Option A, shared screen, HD1 scale. Camera. Yeah. Right, so yeah, I think I'm gonna have to go with each player gets their own individual camera, and from there, how do we handle it? Split screen, because shit's gonna get crowded. So what about if in local split screen only we gave them shared camera, shared ISO, color, 1/. And all other modes we go. Okay, then I guess the first thing would. What? Everyone gets their own camera. Yeah, true. Yeah, most people aren't going to be playing this split screen, so that is something I can change after. shared camera mode for now. Let's build our first first camera mode. And then we need to decide what key game. At the moment, I want to keep the current camera. This is a silly default. At the moment, I want you to go through adding our as discussed. Individual isolate player. And we assign each in game. So it would be number pad maybe 7, 8. Awesome. And now we can start doing the thing. I think that was getting picked up on the mic. That's cute as. Step 1, open your player ship blueprint. Right, of course. Oh jeez, why would we need to get, where would we start if we had to fix that? Good question. Where am I? Where is my blueprint? Ships. There we go. And check out my sexy player ship when it loads. There's our enhanced input action scheme. That's all we've got there so far. But we come... No, we don't need a script for it yet. Go. Here is our sexy player ship. So in the components, so the first what we want to do here is we're now going to add our new camera. And we're going to call it, so we've come up here into the components tab and add a spring arm. Now we've already got a camera spring arm, but that's a different, that's our default kind of camera that we're going to use. Just say, then add a camera child, so add camera. And tactical ISO. Billy clearly got her snoring from me. Oh. Yep, say? Set target arm length. So we want to. Yep, 2500. Station -60. Okay. Use pawn control rotation pulse. Yep. Set camera lag speed to 3. If you can't see, enable camera lag. Camera lag speed to 3. Camera max lag distance to 600. If you can't find any setting in any of these panels really quick, that search feature is amazing. Select this one. Cam tactical ISO. Projection mode, perspective. Where are you? Yep. 55. Okay. File and save that. And we want to add those hotkeys. So when we go into project settings, input. Here we go. These are ones that we've added for the. Oh, we did anything there actually? Oh no, we did. Yeah, that's. Oh no, I don't know. What is that doing? I think that's part of the enhanced input action that we put there before for the IMC player controls. That's okay. We need to add some action mappings. Okay. I'm going to call it camera default. Call you camera tactical ISO. Camera test 03. Pad 7. Ah. There we go. Yeah, I am my dude. Add that. Do we need to add anything into the BP player ship? Base movement. Or to call those action mappings? It's a good question, Anthony. Yes, my name is Anthony. Hope I don't panic. Yeah, so I've just added in. We don't need this anymore. So I've just added in a new camera. We're going to call this, rename this, spring arm default. Ah. I'm going to call you and default. And it should stay clean set. Yep. Yeah, so that was one thing I worked out the other day. These are all. Oh no, I can't remember now what's a function here and what's not. Anyway. assist switching logic in there. Do not shove it in. No, of course not. Guarding sliders later. Menu does not create those. The ship owns them. So yes, we're going to create those variables in the ship first. Yes, of course, we have to create those variables so that they are essentially, so that we can then expose those variables to the player to get used. Alright. Alrighty. Walk me through the event graph setup for the camera switching controls, please. So, what is that? I always forget what it is and how to add one, and it annoys me. It's a comment box, maybe? A comment? Yes, sir. Camera systems. Yeah, maybe. Oh, that's a secondary system. It's not primary, so you can go live over here. Who knows how big you'll get. Search. Tactical ISO. Okay. Camera. Input action. There we go. Okay. Tactical ISO. Then add these nodes. Can't set. Drag the tactical camera. Cam tactical ISO. Okay. Bye-bye. Cam tactical ISO. Get cam tactical ISO. Right. From the blue pin, search set active. New active. Oh, let's go target. Tick new active on. Zoom in a little array so we can all see what we're actually looking at. Connect on the wide execution wire. Pressed. Set. Pressed. Oh. What? No, that's not. Okay. So set active pit sector. Really I should have new active, which I have done. Connect the white execution wire. Yeah, now I'm just confusing myself. I feel like a caveman with a club, and I'm hitting like a super smart, intelligent person for the most dumb questions. delete the second set active code. Drag. Main camera from the components camera panel. From the components panel on the graph, choose get. Well, it didn't give me an option. There we go. Okay. It just must have defaulted from the last time I chose it. Drag from the blue pin on the main camera. Set active. So pin it active true into main camera, set active, false. Well, trust in ChatGPT. I mean, I see what it's doing. I just haven't done this before, so it's very weird to me. Oh, that chain is correct. Okay. So that is turning on the other camera. That's exactly that. Now just make sure the press pin from is connected to the set active. Input action, pressed into the set active, true, and that becomes false. Now rebuild the reverse. Input action camera default. Get set active. We're good. We'll do the same. Doesn't want to build the same one. Grab cam tactical also. Get set active. False, and we put you into there. Okay. But where did we set the relation between those? Yeah, exactly. We built the actual mechanism, but not the trigger. Okay. Right click in empty space. Let's just move this stuff over. Make this bigger for now. Maybe over there. Add input action. turn that up then. Well, Jesus. The gain is already way up. How's that? I'm also talking quietly. I need to accentuate. That is something I definitely need to learn. Real-time feedback is amazing. My meters are coming through over here, but let me try listening to it. But that always comes through quietly. Oh god. That should be, let's throw that up a little bit more. How about that? How's that sound? That should be a little clearer now. Yeah, I had the mic killed way too much. I was trying not to pick up the keyboard. I'll just have to work on better positioning. So, I want to, at the moment I'm trying to get an input action. Input action for my camera default. Input, okay, it does work like that. Input action camera default, that's what we want. Well, thank you for that notification, Bernie. And input action camera tactical. Input action. Input action camera tactical. Yeah, I keep forgetting to look over. I keep forgetting to look over towards chat on my right because chat has always been on my left. I might need to switch that around. Well, at the moment, I'm currently working through trying to get the camera systems, secondary camera systems, up and running. And at the moment, I've completed putting the updated project settings. I have completed updating the final trio, which is the actual switching, but I need to set the on event, so when I click the button of number pad 7 or number pad 8, that it switches the camera modes. Yes. And at the moment I'm trying to understand what ChatGPT is currently trying to tell me. And then why I pressed into set active node of each chain. Where is the set? Which is the set active node? Yeah. Pressed into there. I'm guessing pressed, yes. Input action camera default, that's the one. So I'll bring you down. Over. Pardon me. The joys of needing everything to align and proper. Doesn't help that I've had to do that at a professional level before. Okay, so let's check that out. How's that looking? Dirty. It's dirty. It needs to be recompiled. Excellent. Switching logic. Yeah. For testing, make sure you have the cameras are actually different. So, well, I'm pretty sure they're different. Go to viewport. 25, 75. Yeah, they're definitely. Most definitely different. come back in Minecraft. Save. Save. Also add begin play. Let's stop Unreal being clever. Right. Okay. That cam default. Bench. Begin play. Okay. So where do I rely that to? And I need the snippy tool for that. Wait, do I? No. And do we need to update basic movement? And us, yeah, it is correct. We do need to stop letting it be smart. We need to tell it what to happen when the game says play. Otherwise, there's too many variables in it. Who knows where it could chuck us? To the exact same logic as camera default. Okay, so can it sit on top of it? Ah, right. Add. And okay, base movement we don't have to touch. Add 2 new set active nodes besides begin play. Set cam active true. Right, so this is where we tell it. I don't want it to go there. That wouldn't be my default. Even though it is the default camera, that's just term. Set cam. Cool. Set. Set. Do we need to wire this in? We can only go into one. Hopefully. This tells it. Okay. Stop filling around. Doing things. If this works, compile, save. Want the ice. Add the name. Yes. Is it correct? Well, I've compiled and saved it now. I'm pretty much screwed already. Yep. That can't practical ice. Begin play. Don't need that at all. Delete it. You already have. Begin play. Okay. Yeah, I kind of like. It should be begin play into the set active. That's what it reckons. Kind of like explicitly stating it. Okay, so I can see the 2 different cameras there now. I think. Let's give it a shot. Okay, it's definitely in the secondary camera. Hell yeah, my dudes. That's camera switching. That's what we want. And does it start in the correct one? Yes, it bloomin' does. And there's that little bit of camera lag there, so let's switch to the default. Ah, that's beautiful. That is beautiful. Yes. Okay, save that. Nice. Okay. Both cameras work. It loads in the defaults. ISO. It loads as the ISO as default, which is awesome. The number pad switches work. So let's fix this viewport and get an actual isometric view. So whilst we're just mucking about, we're going to blow up this luminosity a little, just so we can see a little bit more of the map. Otherwise, we're not just looking at pure black. But that is not an isometric viewport. That is, I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is actually, yeah. That's just a really bad camera. Okay. Alright, so let's chat and move on to the next. Or getting slowed out. Making practical ISO can actually symmetric. Like awesome. That is sweet. I love it when things actually just work. I'm not going to use any defaults from Unreal at this point. I spend more time trying to understand what the defaults are and how they work, rather than just if I had built it myself. It seems to be a lot quicker. Because I don't know how to build this stuff, I don't think to do that. Just looking through a summary. Copy that to the next chat, and away we go. And my dude, new chat, all was slow, update below. Alright. We are working BBP. That is so cool. Yeah, so the camera systems can stay out there for now. Awesome. We are working on making this camera the way I can see that. Yeah. Choose the player. Where's the player? That's what we want to see. Alright, so we've got the problem we had on the other camera last time we did this. The spring arm and the camera in two different positions. It's weird. And at the moment, well, I'm going to move that down. No. I'm going to move that down there. I'm going to move this over here, so that we can actually see what this camera looks like. Oh, and of course that's now below me. My apologies. Do it the other way around. Now in the bottom left, you can actually see what the we can see what the camera actually looks like as we work on it. Normally, multi-mod, blah blah blah. So let's just screenshot that. camera. Actually, electric. And discuss. Somewhere. Oh crap. Going. Going between too many screens and too many things, getting copied and pasted. Stuff gets dropped. And screenshot this. Right. So how do we go about fixing up this camera? We just got to fix its location at this point, I think. Right. So we set the spring arm of the tactical ISO. Its location is 000, yep. It's configure cam tactical ISO. Okay, yeah. Yep, she's on a pitch of, where is her pitch? Hey, pitch. What's going on? Very strange. I swear I set the pitch on something. So strange. Go to the cam. Tactical. So what's this camera mesh stuff? These like preset camera styles, that'd be cool. Buy 3500 on that. Just making it longer along the ground. I don't know where it's getting this pitch of negatives. Oh, rotation right there. Try 50 over minus. Oh shit. Oops. Minus 50. Your 45. Again, that is looking like from not even from underneath it. Camera lag was on the actual camera, I think. Maybe it wasn't. It was up here. Yeah, here we go. 4's fine. Yeah, I would have to agree on the field of view comment. setting. SA tactical ISO. Untick inherit. Oh, okay. That just sent the camera crazy. So if I was to compile that, save that, where does that live? Does that look now? That looks horrid. What happens when we switch to this view? Okay, somehow we have left the 2D plane. That's not what we wanted to do. No, that's not what we wanted to do at all. Yes. Yep, and collision, we can go under it, so we don't want that. Okay. We also seem to lose our rectangularness. Okay. Right. I can fix up the spring arm, that's okay. Alright, so first off, move out, move out. Where's the camera? Camera's back here, good, good. There's the spring arm. I don't know what this roll is for. We don't need that yet. What's this? Pitch. Awesome. Let's throw that up. 45. Minus 45. Sorry, buddy. Okay. Looking a bit better. Looking a little better. What's this? Oh yeah, you're okay. It was at 45. Just yeah, this works. Yeah. But now it's like the ship itself is on it. Don't know why. It's gotta be a perspective thing. So, go back and play for a second. Okay. Screenshot. Paste. Back into here. Escape. And then when we go and grab player ship, screenshot. Okay, lead. So change the settings to have no rotation and negative 45 pitch and much closer to isometric viewpoint. But setting inherit pitch. Pitch, yaw, and roll. Rolls. Made the player flip, move, collision. Otherwise the ship rotates. Right, yeah, we don't want the camera rotating with the ship. No, we don't want that. Okay. Okay, I've given it all the updates. Let's see what we've got to do now. Yeah, how do we get it back on a 2D plane? That's what I'm wondering. Movement is probably using cam rotation. We want to keep that, but we want to turn these three things back on. Right? Okay, we'll test it. See how it feels. File, save, play. It's too late. We have fundamentally altered the vector. My rectangle is now a square. Right, so back over here. Okay, I've set in everything through and same issue. This player ship now moves on 2D plane just off the off angle in comparison to the ground. It also now looks like a little cube and a rectangle. Yeah. So we might have the camera angle working, but we need to get the player ship moving on the same 2D, just above the ground. You follow? I'm glad this thing speaks, you know, illiterate coding, because all I can think to tell it is do the thing that I see is not working and have it try and guide me through that. And that's about the best that I can offer at the moment. Camera is probably fine now. Ship collision, yeah. Ship is moving relative to its own orientation of the world plane. Yeah, so the ship is now moving to whatever we've set it to. In comparison, it's not caring about the actual world geometry at the moment. And somehow we've offset that with our camera. In fact, that rotation there looks like it. Where did I set that? Set that. Not that. Yeah, got two cats in a box down here. Ship mesh. Check its rotation. It's not the ship mesh. No, this is this is normally how I talk to myself. I would normally talk Sometimes internal, sometimes external. I'm choosing to externalize all thoughts at the moment. So it's not that, it's this. It's something we have done with the spring arm. You can see it's that would be correct. Set rotation back to 0, 0, 0. Okay. Yeah, and now it's directly along the ground. And we're going to set it here instead. Okay, try that. 75. Spring arm, distance only. Camera, viewing it. Where did that go? Where go? Player, PP player ship. Who knows what that's even looking at now? Let's just pull that back out. Anyhow. The settings that ChatGPT tries to get you to use is sometimes just completely whack. 0, 0, that out. So then we go back to the spring arm. And we're not trying to rotate. Trying to move its location. That's what we do. We quite literally want negative 45 degrees. Problem is that when we do that, it's changing our model. Is that the perspective or what's going on there? Go change the camera. 90. Okay, 55. Sweet. Well, hey there, Jordan Jose. Second time streaming, so hello to you as well. I'm currently trying to figure out why in my... I'm currently trying to set up an isometric viewport for my player character here. Currently trying to figure out why, when I go into this mode, I'm now on a different plane of existence to everything else, and my rectangle becomes a square. Pretty much is. And I'm trying to figure out how to set up the arm. And it is being painful. But we are getting somewhere, and I need to stop changing configuration because I need that down here. And bring that here. Okay. Screenshot this, and I have my trusty AI companion sitting here next to me. So I need to figure out why character. On a different plane of existence, and why my rectangle looks like a square. Yeah, my ship's on a cam default's got a weird transform going on. What? Cam default. We're not even using cam default, buddy. What are you talking about? I really need to set up chat so that you guys can see it as well, because I have arguments with it the whole time, and that's basically what we're doing here. That's what I'm doing here, is arguing with it. Anything else? Reset both camera components cleanly. Oh, thanks, my dude. That's much appreciated. I hope an alert came up. I hope that worked. Where was it? Not touching anything else. Yeah, we have set cam default. No, I'm not resetting that. Cam tagged. Yep. You know it. Select S8. So I'm trying to figure out what it's trying to tell me how to do, how to figure this out, and it's trying to tell me to reconfigure all the transform settings here. Leave them all off. Rotation scale. Yep, we're all good. Yeah, the joys of multiple screens. I need to move chat over to my right screen because that's where I'm much more used to viewing it at. Camera resets first. Camera rotation is the smoking gun. Yeah, okay. Okay, so without camera rotation on the spring arm, how do we get the isometric view? So let's just do what it's recommending for a second, and I would agree. It is what is transforming the view. There is still some kind of rotation happening. I don't know what that means. I'm sorry. Okay. User rotation somewhere, but not where we have it. So on the spring arm, set it to minus 45, minus. Oh, I get what you're saying. Yeah, I've played with it. I did change all those back-end settings for ChatGPT to customize how it talks to you. It doesn't seem to have changed it too much, so maybe it's just used to talking a specific way to me now. Cam tactical ISO goes to 0 and at 75. All of it set off. Camera arm. Camera arm. Ship rotates independently underneath. Supposedly. That doesn't look right. Compile and save. Held a message for a reason. Sex-based terms. Naughty, naughty. Language. Never try and bypass the language filter. It's just rude. Okay, so I do like this. This is much better. This angle is much better, but I'm still inhabiting a different plane of existence. That. Those settings that are updated, it'll work great, but I still inhabit a different plane of existence. Specifically page the grid. Floating pawn movement is not constrained to the XY plane. Correct. We need to fix that. Select in detail, search for plane. Ah! Constrained plane, baby. Plane constraints, axis settings. Okay. Equals Z. Oh, okay. Sorry. Compile test. Yeah, this is the big one. And we are on the same plane of existence as our ground. That is what we want. That is excellent. And the switching of, okay, oh, that's weird. That's weird. Okay. Well, this default mode is not for people to actually be playing in, but it will keep it because this is like a full-on rolling. Think of this as like you're a big freak. You're the Starship Enterprise and you're cruising along, and you do a barrel roll. There we go. Yes. All right, we're gonna keep that, but that's not what this. This is the mode. I want more camera lag though. Definitely want more camera lag. Not there. Potentially. Enable camera lag. We're gonna set that to 3. Oh, I think that was better at 3. Back in here. Quickly test that 3 feeling. Yeah, no, see, I want that to. That's probably a little too much now, but we can play more. Okay. Camera fixed, and we inhabit the same space-time continuum. I really need to get a quieter keyboard, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's a really advanced version of Snake where we shoot the other snake in the face. Camera fixed, and we inhabit the same space continuum as the ground. I did see a game, I've seen quite a few Snake remakes in the last few years, and one of them looked like an MC Escher painting on an LSD trip. I can't even describe it. If I find it, I'll send it. It was great. Rectangle. Like that. Does it rotate with the camera? No. How would I describe that movement? It's really strange, isn't it? It's just something to do with perspective, which is when we come back into play a ship. And we look here, we close this camera. I wonder what this looks like. Orthographic. Oh, okay. Oh, we don't. No, we don't like that. And that doesn't fix our issue anyway. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. come back here. Click on the player. There we go. Just make sure that's working. Yeah, that's better. Whatever that was horrid. I haven't even thought to play Snake on a modern phone. Pretty cool though. I'm sure you could. I'm sure there is. I haven't even thought about it. So, okay, the rectangle. Yeah, currently the rectangle looks like a cube that morphs. Well, it doesn't morph. It rotates as you turn. Looks like a cube, rather a rectangle. Rectangle that it actually is. Need to fix that. Camera is looking too much along its length. We need to rotate the camera around the ship until the long axis reads properly. What? It's still rectangular. Camera angle is just compressing its length through perspective. Oh, I'm not gonna try to adjust the camera angle to work with a rectangle. We need, if we're adjusting for that, if we are needing to adjust for that, we need an actual bit. Yeah, I'm not going to try and fine tune the camera around a freaking rectangle that isn't displaying correctly. Because I agree, that just... No, I don't agree that that is a compression factor of perspective. Because that is clearly just a cube. It's not morphing, it's not changing. We can fix that. Visions. Whatever, it's all getting done fine. And there we play go. Wait. This is, yeah, it's still using the cube here. But I've changed its variables somehow. Yeah, the transform scale. And you can't transform it in here. Or can you? That's no way. Ow. So if I were to 4.2 and 0.5, 4.2.5, 0.5, and now we actually have a rectangle. Hold up. So the transform on the ship mesh in the blueprint shows us a rectangle with scale transform of 4, 2, and 0.5. But the ship mesh on the player ship in the level editor didn't have these transformed. Why? So that's weird. Did I like modify our child and not the two different transform layers? It has the blueprint inside of it. Okay, that's fine. But when you click place to player spawn, you're seeing the transform of the whole blueprint actor, not the internal ship mesh. Okay. We just, so I guess we squeezed in a larger rectangle into a square before, and that's why the part of it was looking a little weird. Hey, Tilly. It's nearly dinner time, darling. Yeah. Ah. Sorry, I didn't mean to kick the table. My fault. Hello. In the blueprint, look for collision preset. Blueprint. Collision, okay. Nothing in the collision, in the blueprint. And when we come over here, yes, well, Tilly is in her little box. She's in her little box. We'll get her dinner shortly. But at the moment, we need to get this rectangle flat on the plane. I've updated both transforms to be the same. Attached the collision settings for both BP and level edit ship mesh. As you can see, the rectangle is now in a weird way on the level editor. We need to fix so it is flat. And not scaled, that's why it's still looking like, yeah. In the BP player ship, select the ship mesh, location, oh, okay, location, which means we need to be in here, ship mesh, whoa, 0050, yeah, it's a bit weird, ain't it? Rotation 0, maybe, zero that out, 0, what happened here? When did this happen? Davis. Reset the place actor in the level. I'm pretty sure she's good to go now. Yeah, that's much better. It's not this weird thing now. We're actually driving a proper rectangle around. Yay! And we can still switch to this weird view. It's not a weird thing anymore. Oh damn, I kinda liked that. Okay, out of that. Yes. That's how it happened. Right. So when I go in and out of game, the location goes nuts. Maybe to the last location at it. Okay. How to not make it go silly. Janky's good. We're after Janky. When you stop play, click VP player ship 1. Spawn from player start. Don't hand place the spawn. Okay. Delete the placed player ship. Okay. Default pawn class. Default pawn class right there, of course. Place a player start in the level. Yeah, got one right there. Zero, 0, 100. Okay, let's see if that fixes up the issue. Okay, yep. We spawn in. What we want, and yep, strafe is working. Excellent. That's what we want, baby. Okay. Okay. I fixed it. Okay. We now have a working grid. We have a working rectangle. And we have 2 working camera modes. Was there a third camera? Nah. We will set up third camera. Another day. That's awesome. That is freaking awesome. Hey Tilly, what are you doing? It's not dinner time yet. Got another hour. Okay. And that is a good point. Another hour to go, Tilly. And yep, we're just testing the controller just to make sure she's all hunky-dory still. Yep, that's good to go. How did I use a computer for so long without a controller attached permanently? Dancey dance. Okay. Billy's making biscuits for me down there, so that's cool. What is... Alright, we want to customize the ship's feel a little here. Billy needs to order feel. Ship's first weapon. Model, then base lighting. That's cool. Yeah, my phone made not. Just emails. Something from Dad that I'll check on later. And right, I would like to say we're going to push another commit to GitHub, and we're going to call this camera mode baseline. Push that to the origin. Okay, so in order to make the ship feel a little bit different, we need to start hard coding in values into the player's ship. Where do we do that? I would assume we do that on the event graph. Movement field for weapons, absolutely. Loading. Really? It's just... Max speed, acceleration, deceleration, and turning boost. Yeah, these are the simple ones. Go with 1800, 3500, 22, 2. This is all going to be a very loosey-goosey kind of section because it's going to be all like, how does it feel to me to actually drive this thing, you know? That's... I want more inertia. This is just hard coded to the thumbstick at the moment. Okay. Those settings. Start. I would probably think like Star Trek Legacy is a good example. Acceleration timings. For you on my phone now. Watching the Michael Jackson series on Netflix on TV. Oh, nice. I hope they don't do him dirty. Too many people. He's a good man. Just leave Michael alone. Those settings. Acceleration timing. Ship counts. Let's aim at getting the feel of a low level. Bring it down first. It needs to be the acceleration time, acceleration window, a deceleration window. needs to be minor. Absolutely minor. This isn't Space Sim 2.0. I saw a trailer for a really cool looking game the other day. It's like an isometric, like I'm trying to create, but they've gone like full blown Newtonian physics, and inertia and calculating your trajectory, and to get something into your cargo hold you have to open your door and align your ship and get it in. And that's great. There is a time and place for a game like that, and I get into it from every now and again, but usually I just want to get in and shoot someone in the face. Yeah. What else? Are these values just in the details setting we play with? Or are these values we need to into the event? Waited. Yes, to be clear, I'm always talking about video games. Yes, I understand. The censor or mod. Not looking at going silly or postal. That's why we play video games. Oh, that would be a glorious day. I have thought of that, and I am prepared for that potential outcome. Floating pawn movement. Detail settings are fine for prototype 1, but for a real ship we need variables in the blueprint so we can fine tune later. Swap later. Fine tune. So we can tune and later swap by a ship class, yes. Gives us the blunt tools, yep. Yeah, so we need things. Let me grab this. Hey, you bum. Let me bring this over here. So the first, we're a starter frigate, and that's where we're this initial field. There's bubbles. We definitely want that. Yes, yes. Yes, I don't want it. We're moving a frigate, we're not, jumping an Eldari fighter around. Reduced reverse thrust, yes. Possibility. Reduced strafe thrust, yes, yes. So, as you move forward, it goes, yes. Absolutely tootly. Okay. Okay, yeah, that's what we're going to do. We're going to make the variables. We're going to create the variables for the actual ship's movement levels. How fast does it turn, how fast does it speed up, and we're going to call those variables explicitly in here so that we can manipulate them. Because we can just use the default stuff here on the right, but then we really don't have any kind of fine tuning over like how much does the ship slide, but all the fine stuff. So Left side, blueprint, variables. Click add forward thrust, right. Variables, add. Forward thrust. What? Is it a Boolean? What are we setting it to? Why are we setting it to that? And select, we're going to change it to a float. Now, I understand data in the terms of two formulas trying to talk to each other, or data being interrogated by formula. I don't understand the difference in what an integer or a float or yeah, the strings. Yeah, I don't understand how that really changes and plays with things in here yet. That's going to be an interesting one to get my head around. Only just starting to come to grips with that stuff in Alteryx. After selecting float, it should look green. Yes, it does look green. Then in the details value, you get nothing. Default value is 0, but or I can hear a cat meowing out back. I think someone wants to go home. I'm looking for where please compile the blueprint. Oh, where do I put the default value? I don't know. Maybe where it says default value. Okay. I'll save, and we go and add in reverse thrust. And we go and add in strafe thrust. And we go and add in rotation rate. Oh. Never mind my inability to type. And reverse as 0.55. Strafe thrust as 0.75. And rotation rate as 90. Ooh, that seems a bit extreme, but what else? What now, baby? After we get these variables done, I will decide what to do for the rest of the night. Right. Okay, so our next step here is to associate those variables with our movement input actions. No, this is correct. See, I haven't done these ones. These came with the template. Yeah, they all came with the template. Of our input actions if input is forward, use forward thrust. What? Add a comparison. So from your axis 1D value. Whoa. This is my IA move. Okay. Right, so we don't touch that. Hey, dog. Yeah, it's nearly dinner time. Open the event graph. Enhanced input action IA move. Here we go. Forward input. Forward reverse thrust logic. Get active forward vector. No. That's the current base move. So now we're playing on the whole base movement again. Nice. Only took me a week to get to that point. The drag rotation rate from variables into the graph as a get. Right. Oh, that's why I couldn't. Ah. Oh, rename. And we plug the rotation rate in there, which is set to 90. So we're not hard coding in that 90. Excellent. Replace this IA move with IA move. Yes, that's what we just did. Add forward reverse thrust logic. We're currently going from the IA move. Add movement input scale value into there, right? We need to go from the IA move into the forward thrust or reverse thrust. We need to add a greater is that what they mean? I guess so. IA move. Alright, hold on a sec here. Before we go mucking about with this entirely, I'm going to nip this. I know that that's good to go. Right. Hold on. Just trying to read through the solution that ChatGPT is giving me here and just trying to understand it so I can break it down. Well, hopefully. Yeah, so we fixed the rotation rate. Awesome. Get IA move to return value Y. Alright, get IA move, return value Y. Goes to the add movement input of the scale value. get IAM return value Y. Plug it into your loose node top output. Okay, drag the green wire out and return. Yep, that's what I did. Top input. Set the bottom input of the greater node to 0, 0, which it is. Step 2, right click empty space. Select float. Pick A, B, return value. Wire the red node output. Red node output and a select float condition pick input. Okay. Drag forward thrust variables under grass. Get forward thrust. Plug that into the true side of A. First thrust, plug that into the false side of B. We are currently trying to set up our thrust in all directions. False side of B, select float. Add a new multiply mode. Get IAM value return Y to multiply A. And do it again. Already done it here. Select float return value into multiply B. Okay. Float wire, then wire multiply return value into the add movement input scale value. Alright, so first off, let's just grab you. Can I like paste you over here and then put you in a comment? Am I able to disable this? Delete all that. Don't need all that. That works. But we then need to take then wire multiply return value into the add movement scale here. And zooming in. Okay. You lost me. Next steps. We can turn that off. Return value Y. Too many places. Dude, I used it in the exact places you told me. Wire it like this. Get IA move return value X. Okay. What? I have no fucking idea what. Oh, sorry. My apologies. I have no idea. Okay. Let's try this again. Multiplier. Get another multiplier. Drag them out here. Ah. Drag you over here. This is from the X value, so these need to be switched around. Get rotation rate. No. Get rotation rate. And multiply with delta seconds. Yeah, that is looking messy as hell. Surely that's not right. I think I might get what it's trying to do, but make rotator Z. Make rotator from the thing like this. Keep I return value X into multiply. Yep, we get that. And then multiply that result. Right, okay. Multiply that result with the delta seconds. Your top add movement input scale value is still directly wired from IX. Break the wire from IA move, return value Y to add movement. Okay, it's just going a little silly, I think. Should be worried about those buttons. Oh well. Zoomed in for you. Select float pick A. Select where the select float is at the moment. Oh, it's down here. Oh, pick A is not connected. Right. Fix forward reverse movement. Break this wire on the add movement input. Remove the wire going into scale value. Okay. You have this bottom multiply. Off of the Y into a select float. Down here because your rotation. Getting you two mixed up. I would like you lot just to jump out the way for a while. Moment, you don't necessarily seem part of what I'm trying to create. Okay. Alright. Break the scale thing. Yep, done that. If you have the connect final thrust multiply. IA move Y into select float. You mean the outcome of that? If this is all over, maybe down one. It's not gonna line. Anyway. And I always forget what the button is to align them. Okay. Do. Everything still connected. Visually. Butter. Know what's being dragged below the I move to multiply is good. Add to movement input scale value. Yep, so it's going through all that transform. That's awesome. Checkbox. So you need this. I move Y to float. Oh. Okay. So this is good. This is our rotation. I'm just going to delete this stuff because I've got it in the other stuff. So I can put it back if I need to. That's all fine. Need to get something in the pick A. It's the same thing, so that can stay there, that's fine. I think make rotator from Z is what we need, but we'll see when we actually get there. Ah. You lost me. A little, and what do I need to do now? Select float needs a red boolean plugged in to pick A. Okay. Select float. Near type greater. Float is bigger than float. What? Okay, I think I picked the right. 2 green inputs and a red. Yep, okay. Connect IA move return value Y into green. I just type 00. Connect the red output node into pick float A. Okay. Yeah. Turn Y. Then select float. So that that's done. Now we're working on the strafe section. So current is IA move return value X into what? Hold on. IA strafe return value. Dude, I literally don't have. IA strafe. There's F11, no. What am I? apparently have... Dude, compile and save. Now compile and save. Now we press play. Okay, that's a worry. Okay. We are not building. Create that a control scheme. So that's one control. That's that is a control scheme that we could set up. Small WS thrusts, 80 turn, QE straight. With the attached setup, our buttons do the same. Go forward, backwards. I'm definitely logging. Right. Yeah, definitely getting this movement done and then logging for the night, methinks. When we go into iMove, iMove, and we have up. So why is a moving back? Sorry guys, I really need to get chat set up so that we're talking. Y is forward reverse, X is rotation. So A and D thrust, so blah blah blah. Thrust, change it to return value X. Hold on. Yeah, we'll come back to the rotation in a minute. We will rotation. How to configure. Do. The important bit is the input mapping context. Okay. IMC player. Do. Wrestler. Yeah, bud. Everybody's wanting their dinner. Listed together, but I can see the per key modifiers because they're collapsed. Per key modifiers is what it wants to see. Oh, hell. Now. I move mappings. No modifier. W. S we want negate. Okay, so W has no modifiers, so let's take the modifier off W. D, swizzle input. Whoa. Order XYZ. Order, right. Ah, wait. S is negate. Good. And D, swizzle input access values. Yep, YXC. A, swizzle input access YXC. But it's negate. Okay, save. Play. Oh. Do. WS does nothing. And D moves forwards. Feel like fire is weird. return value Y on forward thrust. Yeah. Okay, so we break that. Yeah. In rotation, we're meant to use Y. Right. File, save, play. Where does that put us? Nowhere. Okay. See, and this is the part of the Unreal experience that I didn't quite know how to make interesting, especially at least at this stage of the game. Oh dear. Board section is still fed by Y. Oh yeah. Let's try that. Okay. Yep, and there's definitely... Okay. Okay, WS. It is clearly a difference in forward accelerator. Fix AD. AD should use return value Y. Well, I don't actually have... I do have a rotation rate. What do? I do love that I can just turn to AI and just be like, what do? Yes, Tilly. I know, darling. It is dinner time. I know. Take the output of your second multiplier. Connect rotation into make rotator. Okay. Take the output from your second multiplier and drag it into there. Okay. Plug make rotator Z return value into add local rotator delta. There we go. Okay. Save. Give that a shot. Eee. Oh my god. I don't even know how to describe that. Okay. So AD now spins the rectangle on the spot crazy when pressing AD. wrong rotation node. Make rot from Z. Right. Well, all we want is a make rotator. Okay. Well, this is going into the built rotation, but fuel, I guess. Rotation rate. Okay. That's better. Okay. Okay. Using the wrong make rotator element node function. What would it be actually? It would be what do you call that make rotating function? I don't know. Also, the work now. It's Q&E. Sick. No, it's just called a node. No, but I mean, like, what's it called in? I don't know. And if we were coding only C++, would make false. Calls an underlying function struct that builds a rotation value. Yeah, I do already have it in my input mapping context. This is where we say enhanced input action. Okay, let's just call for IA struct. What we want to see. Okay, so we want to get actor right vector. We want to get IA strafe. Wait, no, we've already done that one. We want to multiply and add movement input. Enhanced input action triggered. Get actor right vector. Add movement input world direction. Okay. Get IA strafe return value. IA strafe. Get IA. Right. That's what, yeah. Ah! to take that into the multiplier there. And we're going to take the strafe thrust. Put it in there. Multiply the result and put it in the add movement input scale. Hey. So it's not letting me connect to scale value. Do I need to change that blue output in? Why is it blue? Of course, okay. So where did I set that? Fix. Delete that multiply node. Okay. Blue. It wasn't blue. Drag from get IA strafe. Type multiply. Yeah, no, the problem is with the strafe return value is the problem. Float though. Hate data types. Convert it. Drag the blue output out of get IA strafe return value. Right, so we're going to convert this thing to a float. To float. Make bigger. I don't mind converting data types because at least I know how I have control over that data type. Like complete control at that point, if it makes sense. Yeah. Eesh. It is a 2D axis, same as IA move. Let's go and have a look at IA strafe. How's she looking? She is identical. anything here. If I change this to a float, save. Right. Okay, so now it's coming through as the correct data type. So now we don't have to freak out. Access 1D. Yep, that's fine. Good. Let's just test that. Compile, save, play. Forward, backwards, left, right. Strafe is working again, baby. But now we have hard-coded variables in. Yep, the camera's working. Yeah, you can feel that little bit of drift and slide. Yeah, that's what we want. I do want it to be able to get further left or right, but not higher and lower. All movement is working. Trust. WSD UE. Woohoo! Now we can control the variable. Yeah, right. So now we can close this, close this, close this. On the viewport, go to rotation rate. Yeah, so now what we've created is we've fixed up, because we had already created the base level movement. And now that we've fixed the camera and that we've fixed the player object, file save. We now have thrust, strafing, and rotation rate that we can all control individually. Happy bloomin' days. Goes through changing the values of the components. Yes. Hell yeah, my dudes. We can now directly manipulate everything. Excellent. So how different chips set those vary. Each new player ship blueprint, it will have its own variables and we can change. Right, okay. That is what we want. Yeah, so this is like our baseline, everything. And then when we need to create a secondary ship type, like a faster one, or a big battleship, or a carrier or something, we just create a child of this blueprint and we manipulate the component variables of that blueprint, which is, yeah, all that stuff there. Nice. Okay, how long have I been streaming for? I've been streaming for 5 hours and 20 minutes. An hour of that was playing games, 45 minutes. I am gonna run. Yeah, I'm gonna run hard mode. I'm gonna feed my cats. And then I'm gonna run hard mode on Space Marine 2. How's that sound, baby? Yeah. Alrighty. It's time for food, my dude. Yeah, mate. Ton of camp here at the moment. And I need to clean it up. So. Come on, bud. Come on, Tilly. You guys can come along with me. Feed my kitty cats. Sick. Yes, Miss Tilly. It's dinner time. Dinner time. Kim. Oh, wait. Okay. Wait. Currently live in a granny flat at the back of my parents' place. Got a gate property, and their cat comes to visit. Tells me when he wants to go home. One second. That is. Hey, I do. Really? Really? I apologize for failing. Gonna break that. Really? You know? I am going to... Sorry, I was just reading the chat for a second. First off, I'll put this back to where it should be. I'm going to be right back. And change the stream up. We're going to do 1 or 2 rounds of Space Marine 2. And then I'm going to log off for the night. So all of you who were hanging around whilst I fumbled my way through the Unreal Engine, thank you. I'll be back tomorrow morning to do the same. And we'll probably get a little bit of film editing work in as well. But yeah, tomorrow is going to be predominantly game dev again. Made good progress today, actually. Yeah, I just need to do the thing. Fortunately, life gets in the way as it tends to. I'm going to fix that. You guys are going to help me. So, I'll see you guys in 10 to 15 minutes. Okay, people. Dev session was a success, and now we're switching gears back to doing the weeklies. Display no cursor. Now, problem here is I don't think we have audio from the game over here. To write down who's been free. Stop. Do. Create multiple classes. Yep. Tomorrow, when we get back into the game dev, we will be, oh, what's going on there? Yeah, when we get back into the game dev, oh, that's what's going on. Fix that up. The first thing, because, yeah, so today we fixed up a camera prototype. We fixed up the baseline movement function for the ship feel, so we can actually customize it now. And tomorrow will be the ship's first weapon. Excellent. Now I've got to stop this camera because it drifts a lot. I only want it to stay there, but it just drifts. Okay, so I've just got to get an audio capture running for in the game, so you guys can actually hear it. So one moment, still working on get this all up and running, so my apologies. Audio output capture, I would assume. Space Marine to audio. Oh no, cancel from type of device out. I said audio output capture on audio input capture. I need game audio. Oh, second, then we have to go with paint. Whenever you're in OBS, print screen doesn't function the same. So I need to open up paint. the thingy to then do it again. And we can close paint because that's a huge picture. Save. Okay. But I'm not using any desktop audio. Type 2. Let's go stand in here, fire the bolter off, see if anything bounces. But there's nothing in the active audio. No, there's nothing. Application audio capture. Okay, we're going to call you Best Marine 2 audio. We're looking for match title, otherwise find window of same type. Match title, otherwise find window of same executable. That works. And now we should have... Yeah, we got audio coming through. Hey, Miss Maisie. Oh. Hey. You going? Looked like you were limping there for a second. Oh, Alan. I think one of the cats is actually... Yeah, what's up, kid? That's weird. This new cat's a bit of a worry. She's a little bit insane. Kinda goes running around like crazy. And she's currently holding her front right leg up. And she might have just clipped the top of the steps or something, hit her arm. Just gonna have to keep an eye on her. Okay, you guys have audio now. So, let's get this weekly done. And into audio. Disable preview. Go. Let's let's crack out the weekly hard mode of the weekly. Keep an eye on Miss Maisie here. So what do we got? It's on ballistic engine, and instead of Tyranids, we have got Chaos, which again sucks. There's just nowhere near enough feedback when shooting Chaos. Just enough feedback when shooting Tyranids. You guys need... Fat Shark? Is it Fat Shark? I don't know. Who makes this game? Who develops Space Marine 2. Saber Interactive. Oh no, darling. What have you done? Hey, come here. Time 9:19. What are you doing, darling? I'm gonna quickly look at the cameras. Yeah, sorry, my dudes. I'm gonna have to be distracted here for a second. We closed down Unreal now. Good point. And BitLocker can be closed. Yeah, I'm gonna go look at my cameras to see if I can see what this bloody cat's done to herself. So if I go into playback, live view of... So yeah, sorry, this won't be too interesting for a moment. In fact, I'll just quickly set it to be right back, and I won't talk to myself. Sorry, been on mute. Yeah, my cat who's up in the top of the tree, not this one who's licking her butthole. Her front right leg she's limping. And I'm thinking she might have clipped her leg as she was running over the steps outside. Really? Jesus. I really hope not. Alright, well, let's get this done so we can get into bed and just chill. Join in progress. Sweet. Okay, I'll do that. Your game is Maisie. Tilly. Look at that face. How can you not be in love with that face? Little black void. Alright, let's go. Damn it, they're always just at the beginning. Never get lucky and it like drops me in right at the end or something. Aiming's for jumps. Much better. Oh, Hellbird already, Jesus. Oh, dude's dead already. Yeah, let the sniper go get him. Buddy, that's a bit rude. I jumped back into the plasma. Well, Mr. Sniper, come get me now. Nothing in a apothecary cannot heal, eh? Well, that's good. That's good to know, buddy. Oh, that was rude. I got one stack off that. Yep. Dude. What the heck was that? Oh my god. Oh, that was sad. Sorry, my dude. My death was sad. Not glorious. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh no, the sniper's down. Ow. I killed like 6 of these things last night on the console. I've already run the weeklies on the console. Yeah, kill that mofo. Get him. See? That's rude. Let's try that again, shall we? thing. Do, 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 do. That's better. Okay, I'm closing that back door. Alright, back into it we go. Hopefully the dude doesn't just dump us and run. Amazing. Vote, kick, wreck, M2. What? Oh, he's level 12. I don't know how to vote. I don't know how to vote. Oh, here we go. Vote to kick player. Ah! Dude. Anyway, whatever. Let's go. Oh, the dude left. Well, yeah. Dude, do you have a level, my dude? Fair enough. Stay away from. And I'm assuming he'll be cool and he'll just be like, yeah, cool, I'm out. Okay, yeah. Move along, my dude. We got a Hellbrute to wreck. Thank you. There we go, Hoplite's come back along with Sinister. Works for me, buddy. political looting as well. I think they're joining on me. Yeah, sweet. Yeah, as soon as this round's over, I'm gonna get Maisie out of the a Blood Angel and a Dark Angel with us. That's cool. Let's disable preview. I think these guys are wanting to muck about. Yeah. Close up the back door too, so she can't run around the backyard tonight. Hide her toys away a little bit too. Alright. Hard mode, ballistic engine, weekly. Well, let's go. Would be nice if we get that help route out the front again as well. That was rude. The poopy things. Yeah, one of the modifiers this week is, of course, when enemies that aren't Minoris, so aren't little dudes like that die, they leave behind little explosive poops that track you down. Those flying disc dudes are at the top of my priority list for shootings. They can pull off some silly stuff. And they can one-shot you too if they get you with the unblockable attack. Now we're gonna get slammed by a Hellbrute. Tyranid 1. Their little poopy mines are worse. Thanks, my dude. They tend to home in on you a lot more. Yeah. But there's something useful in here. Of course not, it's just some ammo. Oh yeah, we get the buff. I gotta remember that. I'm guessing it's like a 5 or 10% damage buff every time we scream for the God Emperor. It is amazing. But I'll take any little bit extra damage. Those turrets are nice. Stop moving around, my dude. I'm happy to get up in close range with him. Oh, hello. I know it was a little bit of a waste, but dropping those guys quick is paramount. Oh, what happened there? Random one-shot mechanic? At least it didn't happen mid full-on assault. It's still going. Gonna go all the way through? That'd be really nice. No, of course not. Spoke at the exact wrong time. And here comes the next wave. C3, 2. And here's the Hellbrute. Alright. Bro, why'd you have to come at me? Hey? That's just rude. I'm out here just chilling. Okay, that is my target over there. And now I go and help with the Hellbrute. Is that a good shot in the face? Just won't leave us alone. Rude. Oh, what was that? Come on. I was not in the same plane of existence as you at the time, my dude. Shoot him in a second. Definitely shoot him. We're gonna finish off the Hellbrute. Where is he? There he is. Ah, missed it. Rude. Oh, console A1. What are we doing? We're standing around. Yep. What? Yeah, it's A1. Tyranids are great. We need more of them. Nice. Where are they coming from? Get out of here before we get sniped for no reason. Ah! No need for a teleport there, bud. But okay. Ah. Oh no. A sorcerer? Yeah. That's a sorcerer. What's going on there? Weird. Top light going. Over there. What's he doing over there? I mean, I appreciate the banner. You taking on the sorcerer? Is that where he teleported to? Buddy. Be like this. Didn't even realize that's what he was doing. Yep. Get rude now. And Sinister's back. Excellent. Oh. Is it Panadol soon, I reckon? Now we got hit with a Helgrid here on normal mode or maybe on the Xbox. I don't know if it was normal or heroic, but don't have many heavy rounds left. You ought to certainly get used to the aim assist on the Xbox. That aim assist on the Xbox, I don't find it very intrusive at all. I find it very good. Hey, bro. definitely got to turn notifications off.
Survey the terrain while
Is that another wave? Again, rude.
we shall launch this terminus's final train.
Alright, last section. Let's get it done.
With bows and flames shall we smite them.
Obstruction detected. Removal is required to commence.
Prospects shall be done. We are back on the move.
I do love that in the Warhammer universe, you know, you have giant magnetic levers that were raising it out of the ground before, and now we're dealing with just mechanical men, servitors doing it. It's great. Ah! I didn't even see him in there.
Vanishing ordnance.
There's just a lot of soldier dudes. Definitely be activating that. Oh, I don't even know what the heck that was. I just got one tapped by something. I think I got hit by a lot of poops. My boys aren't doing too well either. Sorcerer launching flying poops everywhere. It's not cool, bro. Yeah, I know. Hopefully we've just cleared that area. Even if we have to deal with the Hellbird, it should be a hell of a lot easier. Wish you had have waited. We could have nearly one-tapped that Hellbird if he had waited. Oh no. We need to find cover. Oh shit. Oh, hello.
The foe claims our brother.
Jesus. We... No. Ah! Oh, I'm the last brother standing. Well, that's a worry. Kill this thing. I've got to get rid of this hellbird. Oh no, no, what the hell was that? Oh, we got lucky there. We got so lucky just then. Alright, we get a long animation to figure out what the hell we're going to do next. We're going to run that way. And quick smart. No, everything dies coming around that corner. Ah! If I'm not careful, I'll die coming around this corner. Oh no. Ah! Uh-oh. Uh-oh. 40 seconds, come on, you can... Oh no! No! Oh! Dang it. And to flip something. Where's the click start buffer? Oh, I never click started replay buffer before I run, so I can't use the save replay thing. Dang it. That's right, I can take that out in Premiere and quickly turn that into a reel before I log off for the night. Dang, I'm sorry my dudes. It was so close. It was easy going after that. Good. Yeah. What do we got down to the data vault? Hey, pretty sure I know that's. I swear I know that sinister thing. Well, that's cool. Free chat, bud. Okay. I need to make start replay buffer. That needs to be part of my thingy. Starting up for the day. Starting up OBS. Starting up the live part of the stream. Okay, okay. Hey. Right, so let's just go for a quick wrap up of the day. We started out, we started out with a quick run, Space Marine 2, in the normal one that We've already completed it on the Xbox. Need to set up streaming on 2. Then we streamed a couple of hours of game dev work of our project Voidline. We fixed up the grid mesh, we fixed up the camera perspective, basically everything's at, and we fixed up the basic movement, and all that's at base prototype level stage, which is what we want. The next step is we're adding our first cannon, like first weapon, and then we're adding like some kind of ship model, and I mean like super basic. Like it'll be a rectangle with a square and a cylinder on top of it, sort of thing. And then we're going to fix up the base lighting for the area to make it actually feel like we're in a black sphere prototype space. Think Battlezone 3D, early MechWarrior kind of game, wireframe kind of gameplay. Yeah, that's tomorrow, guys. So thanks for tuning in, and peace out, my dudes.